Cool. I believe we are live. Hello everyone who might be watching VODs. First stream of the week. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but yeah, I didn't feel like doing it. But we're streaming today. So, yeah, man. We're gonna just continue off with implementing UI. I'm gonna work on, I don't know, I'll probably have to do some 3D modeling today or some assets. We're getting to the point where I actually just straight up just need assets for these things. So that's the thing we're gonna have to do. And it's crazy. I'm starting to find that I used to do art all the time, and art's easy. At least that's how it feels like. But like, dude, willing myself to do art is becoming kind of harder and harder. I guess maybe just because I spend so much time in like this dev mode, coding mode, that I'm just getting so used to working, you know, like this. But we shall see, dude. We shall see. And let me also post in the Discord as well. And I think we're good. On this PC, it's like 64, I mean, we're in gigabytes. We're using 64 gigabytes. This is not an old machine. It's just, the peripherals are old. If that makes any sense. Only the peripherals are old. But the actual machine itself, you know, B top. Yeah, it's relatively modern. So somehow we're using, like, having high CPU utilization there for a second. I guess maybe just because loading up Rider, it was not happy with that. Thread dump is taken what? Plugin suggestion? No, thank you. I don't care about your plugin suggestions. I'm gonna use what I use. Though I think I might want to close some buffers out. We have the buddy view. That's what we were implementing last time. We're not dealing with pullable objects. We're not dealing with the pickup coins. Web shop view, that's a thing. Game board manager, nope. Ship config might be relevant later, but for now I'm just not going to worry about it. Player follower is not relevant. We're not doing audio today. We're not dealing with the scriptable objects, hopefully. I mean, we'll see, but hopefully we don't. Color presets, that's another thing we have to deal with. Player, probably have to deal with it, but we'll open up the player later. We have to hold the decision presentation thing too that we need to do. Chips. Dude, we can actually start reading text in our in our headers here. That's pretty gnarly. I think this is like the first time in a while that we've had that we're actually able to visibly see this stuff. Man. Okay, what do we have here? Math utilities, don't need that right now. The buddy system, probably relevant. Game view, probably relevant. Timer UI, probably not. We might do some shader stuff today too, but we're not gonna do that yet. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Last time I was implementing the buddy UI, if I was not mistaken. View. That's what we're implementing. And we have a bunch of this different stuff here. We're gonna have to order things correctly. I remember that's like a specific design decision we made. Alright, where do we go from there? Where do we go from there? Okay. We have this idea of like animations. I think we might have to start with like implementing some placeholder stuff right now. I'm pretty sure there's something else I had to consider. Okay, get the system, initialize the buttons, we iterate through them. World visual, yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. I have to set this up correctly, okay. Yeah, that's a thing we have to do. Alright, and let's look at the layout for the world. Right now we're just building the components, like the computer's gonna be there or something. I'm actually thinking about having the computer be moved over here. But I think... Let me see something. Where is the FNF application? Canvas. There is a manager around here somewhere. Yeah, you're not relevant. Get out of here. I can't seem to find it though. Garage view. Cool. So we need to add some new stuff too. So we have home. Just kind of play web shop high scores. Buddy. Selection. What's going on, Louise Connor? Hope you're doing good today. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we have home, play, web shop, buddy selection, and then the charm screen. That's another thing we need to deal with. The next thing we have going on here is that we have cam home target, cam play target. We're not doing that. I don't think so. So I almost want to do the thing we had where we have like, instead of marking these explicitly, I'd rather have an array and then use this enum to index into them. It just means we have to explicitly assign this in the correct order in the UI. Is the Windows down still coming from my other machine? I guess it is. Oh well. I would have to write like a custom editor to make this work the way I intend it. So I'm not sure if I want to do that, but... Because the other thing would be doing cam like... No, whatever, we'll add it. I hate that you add this attribute like this, though. So I can keep expanding it this way, and maybe I'll just do that. So you have the website target, you have the high score target, you have the home target. And then what else is there? Right. Because then, like, all of a sudden this becomes more... I don't know. I guess no matter what, we're going to have explicit functions to try going into different states. Though we're not actually doing explicit go-to states here. I think we're just authoritatively just invoking, like, go to web shop and it's going to do this stuff. But we can kind of condense this down if we just do the enum thing. It's just going to be, you know, it's going to be just jank. But it is what it is. I'm kind of a jank dude anyways. Maybe I'll just do that. What's going on, gangster? B Lauta? What's going on, man? Looks very similar to Java. Yeah, it's very much. I mean, C# is very much Microsoft Java, except with more sauce. If I'm gonna be honest, there's some nice stuff about this that I like. But yeah, it's very similar to Java. Hey, what's going on, GameDev? How you doing, dude? Glad to have you here. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 is gonna be the target. I'm gonna keep these references here. Doing good, just struggling to make some 3D animations. Dude, I feel that, dude. I am not, I'm gonna have to do some 3D for this as well. It's probably this stream. We'll see. I am a Java Spring Boot developer. Well, that sounds cool, dude. Sounds cool. Never really done that kind of stuff, if I'm gonna be honest with you, so I very much don't know much about Spring Boot. Usually I like sticking to, on my personal time, sticking to the land of C, if I can. But I need to finish this game here, so we're still stuck in C# land for the time being. Camera targets. I'm thinking about doing like a game jam sometime soon. There's one I'm considering doing from August. I might try doing, using my ASCII project there. Camera targets, okay. I have to set stuff explicitly though. Home or play? I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the play, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's fine. Because then, like, things get a little bit more simplified. Instead of binding, like, a bunch of new stuff here. Instead of having a bunch of functions specifically for this, we could just have, like, one. Go to state, eat. Garage states, and then you're gonna have like a switch statement, so you're gonna have your variations happen, and then, like, you know, you'll have your per case stuff that you have to deal with, but there's things that are gonna be very common for both of them, which is just setting the camera targets. In this case, we'd be doing, what is it? Yeah, we'd be doing, and then we're gonna use the unum casted into an int. That we don't have to keep doing this cast every single time when I use it. And then you can directly index using that enum. Cool. Can catch up in chat real quick. pretty sure this is also an enum or a transform already, so we don't have to do that. So it becomes much more simplified. Nice. All right, let me catch up. Love coding in GDScript. It does limit you to a very specific Godot engine, yep. But awesome. Interpreting game language. Also struggling to make a level design for my game, man. Yeah, level design is like, it's tough, dude. That's a skill set onto itself. I kind of struggle with that, honestly. That's a whole different skill set, man. But when people know how to do it, dude, it's amazing. Has some space for speedrunners, right? Kind of. I guess you could. Yeah, I mean, the whole game is oriented around speedrunning to a certain extent. What about .NET Core? Is it not used in GameDev? .NET Core. I mean, if you're doing your own thing, you could probably do something with just .NET Core, but I mean, I have no idea. I mean, honestly, you can achieve anything you want because C# lets you just bind DLLs to your own function. So you can have like an entire game engine within the DLL and just bind whatever functions you want or need. But I'm not sure what .NET Core, what .NET Core excludes. You might just end up like re-implementing some functionality from it. Okay. Alright, we have sound effects, don't we? Ooh, we also have to set the current state, don't we? Yeah. Okay. Do that first, and then anything that's specific to these, yeah, like the UI stuff. The UI thing too, we can like, because it's hiding on-screen UI buttons. Let me see something. Jisoo, I didn't see your message, man. Sorry. It's Unity's framework, the game engine was written with C#. Oh no, so you have to work with project running C# classes. No, so like Unity is still written in like C++ and stuff. Their scripting is done in C#, and all the core engine stuff is actually linking to like the actual C++ code. They just have this stuff bound to C# because it's a bit more easier for people to use, in theory, in principle, right, than C++. But if you go to like Unity specific classes, like a mono behavior, you'll find some things that are like referencing those DLLs of the underlying engine. Yeah, like you're gonna find a bunch of invokes. Yeah, private static extern. Like where you see like these externs and whatnot, it's usually referring to external functions or external DLLs or libraries that are loaded in. But yeah, it's fun too because you could just do that yourself. Like that's the one thing I like really about C# is that it's very easy to like do C or C++ level things either through unsafe, or if you want to, you can do like a public static class, I don't know, CPP files or whatever, and then you define the functions that are in your libraries. So maybe it like returns like a char pointer or something. And maybe it's like, I don't know, do thing. And you just have to use this attribute, DLL import. That's a Unity specific thing, but you can, actually, is it? I think Unity takes care of this for you actually, but it's actually a .NET thing. Yeah, system runtime interop services. And then you specify the name of your DLL that's going to be linked and that you're going to use to access this function that's in your DLL. It's pretty like simple and straightforward. You do have to deal with marshaling between native memory and or managed memory to unmanaged memory and stuff like that. And there's considerations like, you know, for example, you can't just do like a char, pass char data to C or to your DLL because like C# is dealing with UTF-16 characters, whereas like normal C stuff is like dealing with, you know, ASCII. 8 bits. .NET. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make you can make your own engine using like .NET. You can make your own engine using C# if you want to. And it's actually not that bad. I mean, there's always gonna be performance overhead because you're using a garbage collected language, but I mean, it's not too bad actually. That's got me. Yeah, C# is very nice. It's very easy to get people in. Yeah, I think there's syntactic decisions, and not only syntactic decisions, but also decisions around their the APIs for their standard dev kit are really nice. They kind of UX you into a certain way of dealing with stuff. State count, current state. This is not really even used, is it? Broker is being used to emit stuff. Maybe I'll keep these functions around, but they're going to be simplified since the common stuff's going to be removed. Yeah, that might be what I do. Like, this would all be removed. This would all be removed. Some of this might be even more simplified, but it's not the end of the world. One function calls go back. So this kind of has to stay the way it is. But it's not a big deal. Every other thing is going to be very much just straightforward. Cool. Juan Tech Secrets, what's going on, man? Welcome to the channel, man. Hopefully you're having a good one. One sec, my back's like a little. Ugh. Yo, sup? What's going on, Potsy? Maybe I'm misremembering, but have you been here before? That name seems familiar to me. What is it all about? I'm just working on a game right now, and I'm implementing some UI. And I'm kind of doing some refactors. Right now I'm just switching to using enums instead of having all these fields. So I can index using the enum into like an array of this stuff. It's a bit more convenient. Kind of. Then there's stuff like this, like the web shop that I have to deal with, but I don't think there's anything I really need to initialize there, honestly. So maybe I don't have to worry about this, unless like, yeah, like maybe I don't know. Maybe I want to suspend interaction with certain things. So I do want to have like the high score. Not high score. The what was it? What did I call this? There's a UI for this specifically. There's the whole view UI. And there's another one. Ship config. Second. Is this? No. No, this is the actual save data. I'm gonna rename this. Yes, I don't care. Just rename things, Ryder. Don't. Okay, so we're not dealing with the ship config data. Instead, I want to deal with ship view. Okay, we're just gonna go here. There's gotta be a usage set. Upgrade UI, that's what it's called. That makes more sense. But you might remember me because a week ago I asked about your keyboard. Gotcha. Gotcha, that's probably it then. This is Juan's first time chatting. Hey, welcome here, Juan. Yeah, I'll show you some of the UI stuff in a bit. Also, what's going on, Zero? It's good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. So I could do like something responsible and be like, yeah, man, we're gonna assign the references in the editor. But if I'm honest with you, maybe I should actually. Maybe I should. I want them to respond to certain things. So like these buttons, they need to be suspended on closed. That way you can't interact with the UI from the main menu when you're not focused. So what, we have the left arrow, right arrow, and the action button for the whole UI. What's the... I guess we could just disable the actual game object. I don't like that solution very much, but it's the most straightforward one for right now. I also need to figure out how we're going to do the CRT shader for the UI and still have it be interactable. No idea how we're going to do that. Nice. Trust, this is my first stream. Yep. First time here, Zero. Never seen you before, man. Complete stranger, dog. Who is this man? Okay, same story here, but it's gonna be a lot bigger of a function. And literally all of this UI we're gonna have to sheesh. Sheesh. Oh, but it's actually the same set of buttons, honestly. So it's not a big deal. The only issue is that this health upgrade, speed upgrade buttons, we instantiate them, but we never cache it for later. And we kind of need them. So yeah, we should probably do that. Yeah, there's actually a set of buttons here that need to be cached. Or on the flip side, we can just go into the actual functions that are bound here and just set them to ignore if focused, which will preserve, like, you can still like see them and stuff, but you're not gonna be able to, if you press it, it's not gonna do anything. Heck, I don't even have to modify this. I can just do like a dot where is open. Just add a where clause to everything. And all of a sudden, these problems just kind of go away. I do be liking my reactive extensions. They'd be kinda nice. What's going on here? Yo, what's going on, Mr. Playtime? I remember you this time. Does one get a city planning meeting in their YouTube? I have no idea, Zero. My whole algorithm is messed up. I get like the most random stuff. Making my fan game right now. Let's go. It's called Super Store Ruin. Fan game of what? What franchise? What's going on, Dr. Cobblestone? Thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you dig the setup. I just looking at Discord and I realized people are. Oh, Poppy Playtime. Oh, that's that dude in your profile. I was for some reason I was thinking it was the mouth from that what's that thing that's popular, that the one with the mouth thing that like has eyes on top of it. I forgot. I thought that's what your profile was was on. But yeah, it makes more sense that it's Poppy. Let's go here. What do you think about? Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna go down that rabbit hole. Okay, I'm gonna change this now to, instead of doing this whole deactivated and activate thing, I'm just gonna have that simple. And then I'll just have to do that, and just link that around. And bam, now everything is not going to be responsive until the open is called. And then the, where is the container for this? You're somewhere here. Web shop you, there you go. Yeah, we just have to call the those functions here. Kind of overkill, but it's also kind of simple, so it's fine. Upgrade. Same thing here. Cool. And then now within the garage view, now that we have this reference, we're assuming that it exists, which by the way, I should probably also do like an assertion that it exists. Nope. Stop. Whenever we go to, let's see, home, play, yeah, web shop. Yeah, that specific logic here. And then on close, on go back, we can just indiscriminately just press close on this. It should be fine. Oh, are you coding? And what is the game? I'm making the UI right now for the game, and I mean, I'll show you in a second. I'm gonna have to do some wiring up. This should be good to show soon, honestly. We're for a year now. Oh wow, that's a lot of time. NCA game that's dead now. Poppy Playtime Forever, which was on Roblox. Wait, what? Then I went to Roblox Studio, now it's in Godot. Hey, the progression, dude. How hard is Godot than Roblox Studio Lua? That's an interesting question. I imagine Godot might be a little bit nicer since GDScript is tightly integrated into their engine. Yeah, Lua is just a general purpose scripting language that like Roblox welded onto them. I think they made some modifications, but it's still pretty much the same. So I don't think that's going to compare to a language that's like purpose built for that engine. Especially since like GDScript also supports like live recompilation. That's pretty gnarly. Godot's easier for me because it makes more sense. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's see here. Shop, close. So we got that stuff going, we got this stuff going, we got that. Well, you're being called from 2 places. So we have to change these to... high score. There you go. I kind of miss C's style of enums where it's just global. Like you don't have to even specify the enum type you're deriving from. You just they're all shared globally. But that's also kind of chaotic, dude. It's kind of chaotic, but I also love it. Okay. So we got this stuff going. I think everything should be hooked up. I just need to now, or is implemented, and now I just need to actually hook up my beautiful little enum thing going on here, which hopefully doesn't cause issues. I'm also going to do something to just prevent, we're going to have some exceptions at some point. So I'm probably just going to do okay. Got that going on. Nice. Okay, let's go back here. It's gonna not be happy, but it's fine. What's going on, Bone Circuit? CRT quantum entanglement established. Let's go. Our subatomic particles are now aligned. Spooky action at a distance. That's where we're at right now. Okay, what's going on here? What am I gonna do? We have our camera targets. We should probably assign them. I forgot how we've set this up. So yeah, I think I may want to have a custom UI for this. Maybe make it easy to do. There's the editor. We're gonna probably do a custom editor today. Haven't done one of those in a while. Where are you? Do I not have a custom editor here? Okay, I guess create a folder, or yeah, folder, right? Folder, where you're at. I'm pretty sure you just type in editor, then here we can add our script. It's going to be, what is it? Come on, load. Okay, there we go. And I forgot what it is. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to use this. Also, since it's going to be engine-only stuff, we have to do the if, or else it's not going to build properly. And then you have to do like okay, and now you know that. What, Andra UI, right? That's a thing. Inspector GUI, there we go. And then you just do garage view equals what, source or target? I haven't done this in a while. I think it's target. Yeah, target. Nope. There you go. Cool, now we can start doing our stuff and then draw inspector, or draw default inspector after everything is said and done. Okay, cool. Draw target arrays. Dot, should probably go here. I gotta expose this publicly. I can do states. And then we can do the rendering and setting of stuff there. Culber Matter, Brian. What's going on? How you doing? Do you have a vertical stream on YouTube? I do, Super Fusion. Yeah, just check in the channel. You'll find it. Oh, this with Vim? Yeah, I'm using Rider, but I'm using Vim Motions to do this editing. What's going on, Dector? How you doing? X-axis. I wish I can be this good at GameDev. I just started learning Pygame and it feels like rocket science. You'll get there, dude. It just takes time. Spend more time. You'll get more accustomed. Things become easier. And you'll start getting confidence. Time is a factor. What is this code? I'm using C#. What's happening? I'm making a custom editor right now. Yeah, I'm just doing some stuff just to make things a little bit easier so I don't have to keep cross-referencing whenever I'm dragging and dropping stuff. But now that I think about it, I actually don't know if object field. I'm assuming I can just do object field, right? And this is gonna do what? What are you gonna do? Come on. What do you return? Label GUI object type object target being edited. The type, okay. And we're not doing prime options, so I can just pass in label. What other overloads exist here? This, okay, simple object type, and then a boolean for what? Just give me the signature. Okay, I guess I have to choose one. I'm assuming it's void and it's mutating like a... I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do view, because I'm assuming it's mutating the underlying... It's weird that's not using ref, but yeah, whatever. View... You know, it'd be simpler. This is gonna be simpler. That way I can access everything within... I'll have friendliness, so I can access things. Now I can just do... Oh, I should be able to just do that. I don't know why this is being weird. Why is this invalid? It's not able to resolve it. I'm pretty sure I've done this before. Unless I didn't spell it out correctly, but... Public partial class, garage view. Public partial class, garage view. They should be the same class. I know I've done that before to expose internal fields of this guy. So it's strange that this is not allowed. Cannot convert Unity object. Really? Strange. Okay. I mean, I feel like I can force this to happen, but I kind of don't want to deal with that, so I'll just expose the things I need to expose. Which I think it's already exposed anyways. Which I don't know why I was going down this whole thing. And then it requires a type of, doesn't it? There you go. You got the proper overload, don't need to do that implicit cast. Now, do you return something? You return... This is an obsolete method, okay. It's gonna return object. Alright, I guess we have to just look at documentation, guys. Tragic, I know. Very sad. What's going on here? Are you doing... Yep. What's going on? He's not responding to his YouTube audience. No, I do that. I just haven't... I get focused sometimes, you know. What kind of game are you creating? I'm making a console-based game with hot reload. Testing it now. That's cool. Yeah, honestly, I want to do another, there's another console or terminal project I was working on, but right now we're just doing a casual, like, 2D scroller type game. Right now we have to read some, we have to do some documentation, though. Or look at some documentation. Object field. Okay. So what are the valid ones they have here? Allow C objects, yes. So that's allowed. And all of a sudden this is fine. And is there usage of it? I do see usage. Oh, there's one doing this. Oh, this is on GUI though. They're using something different. Better GUI layout. Oh, they're passing in the source. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. And then I can just draw my label. And we're just gonna say you're gonna be I casted into a E garage states to string. Everyone's gonna be happy. And now if I go into editor, we should actually have things looking nice. Behind it or something? Yeah, so these buttons turn off different elements and equipment. Some turn off the interface I have, some turn off my monitors, some of these turn off like, I don't know, a variety of different things. One of them, these two here turn on my studio monitors, if you can see them. I have them off because otherwise you'd get feedback, but like, you know, if I were to, I'm not gonna risk it. But you get the idea. Like, if I turn this on, you'll see the light pop up here, and bam, it's on and running. Garage view, nice. Okay. Oh, and there's one last thing I think I need to do, which is mark dirty, I think. I forgot how you... No, that's for scriptable objects. We're not dealing with scriptable objects, so I don't think I have to worry about that, actually. So I just have to worry about this. So now we actually have everything printed out in the correct fashion. So I can, like, grab the target for home. I can put it there. Play doesn't need any. Oh. Are you playing with me? It's not saving it. Well, this is no good. Okay, I'm doing something a little wrong then with our object field. Right, I need to assign it. Forgot to do that part. Why are you mad? Yeah, you return an object. I have to cast you into a transform. Okay, now we should be good. Re-import. What are your thoughts on Unreal Engine? You're probably not gonna. Most people probably like it, but I mean, I don't like Unreal Engine. It's a personal thing for me. I think it's a perfectly fine tool for people to use. I just don't personally like it. Both for development and for the final products that are created from it. There's some aspects I don't like about it, right? But that's just me. I'm not gonna knock, just because I knock it doesn't mean you shouldn't, use it for your projects or whatnot. What's going on, GameDev goodness? Andrea, let me hold your game up for many frames, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna set this up and hopefully everything just works and I can show you the game, guys. If I can find targets, or if I can find the garage view. There we go. So now I should be able to just drag this and it works. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. So now I can grab, I mean, this is for high score. I don't know why it's named that. Is it named that here for high score too? Yeah, it is. That's wrong. Okay, that should be fixed. Where is the, here we go. I can grab shop view, put it in web shop. Buddy selection, we need to do that at some point. We'll probably set that up here soon. Shop view, I need to add, because we have a couple things going on here. I need to add the these underlying figs, and then add it to here so that everyone can be happy. There we go. Nice. And then we no longer need these, because I believe all the references that were using this I've kind of removed already. I could add it here though, just to be safe. The last remaining one. So these four are set. These are not. Perfect. And then now I don't have to have a bunch of fields. I can just have the array and we're just good to go. And we're happy, so happy. And then this just gets changed to like, I don't know. Zero. Can you add, what's, nah, you almost got me. You almost got me. You almost got me there, Ben. I'm thinking of learning Unreal since I want to make a realistic horror game. Yeah, go for it, dude. Go for it. Oh, man. Some sprinkling water, yeah. Yeah, we drinking some sprinkling water. Normal water bores me. It bores me. Yeah, no, we're not doing any political stuff, dude. Yeah, we're a chill place here, man. Don't need to do any of that stuff. Alright, so I believe we got, oh yeah, over here as well. Okay. Everything here is good. Cool. So I should be able to, the game should theoretically just run. No regressions, hopefully. is alright. I heard electrolytes are great. I like electrolytes, man. That's why I just eat chips and drink water. That's why I crush up Doritos and put it in my water and that's all a man needs. That's the secret Gatorade doesn't want you to know about. Crushed up Doritos in your drink. The ultimate hydration. Peak hydration even. Okay, cool. And I should be able to go to the garage and this stuff works. I can, yeah, it's working. Look at that. What's going on here? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I don't. See, I'm gonna go to sleep. You have a good one, Poltsy. Have a good, nice nap. What's so special about electrolytes? Well, that's what I'm saying. Electrolytes is just salt water. That's all it is. It's salt water. So it doesn't matter where you get the salt from, you know? It doesn't matter if Gatorade hand sprinkles the salt into your water with food coloring it, or if you get salt from crushed up nacho cheese Doritos or Cheetos. It's just salt, man. It's just salt. Oh yeah, look at that. Complete functionality. No stupid fields for everything. It just works. It just works. Isn't that beautiful? It just works. Ow. Okay, what level we go to? Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Game is working so far. Oh, wait a second. Are you compiling right now? Wait, why are you compiling? What are you compiling? Okay, maybe the game isn't working. Donald Duvall, what's going on? There's only one of the electrolytes. It's enough. It's good enough. It's close enough. You just gotta get that gradient. So it can go across the cell membrane. Okay, so far it's working though. We're good. Okay, cool. We're good. Bam. Go. No. We're going back. There's a null reference exception. Can't wait to deal with that. Okay. Where are you coming from? Oh, you're coming from the chips. We're gonna have to fix this anyways. It's fine. It's fine, buddy.chip. Yeah, you're not. It's okay. It's okay. We can deal with that. What's going on? Not much. We're just doing some deving tonight. So you just put Doritos in your water, bruh? I mean, if you need to, man. If you need to hydrate. Oh, man. You hear that, or some salty peanuts or something? Hopefully you're doing well tonight, Sanatani. Hopefully you're doing well, Sanatani. Hopefully your night's going well. You're relaxing. Maybe doing some deving, or maybe just, I don't know, man. Eating some Doritos. I should be sponsored, man. I would go so hard for like a food sponsorship. Completely unrelated to games or technical stuff. That'd be the only type of thing I do. The only way I'd accept the money. Okay. So we have that stuff working. Cool. We have to implement the buddy stuff soon. We'll do that. The whole UI, we need to start making it look pretty. Which means you have to do some stuff that's not coding. Heartbreaking, I know. But you gotta do it. We just gotta do it. We can't live our life not having stuff. Oh, okay, what's going on here? We have left, right, What? These are templates, right? I believe they are. Do we disable them at some point? We probably should disable the templates. Yeah, okay, template game objects active, false, increment, yeah. Okay, so we do set them to false. Can I just add a, like a vertical layout group and it'd be fine? Maybe it'll be fine like that, I don't know. Is it i3? Yes, it is i3. Back some trauma, trying to make a 2D UI heavy game in Unity. That sounds terrible, dude. Donald, I don't know how you, UI in Unity kind of sucks. It's pretty gnarly, I don't like it. I mean, I'd still take it over HTML, but, you know. It's just kind of jank, man. It's just kind of jank. Energy text. Yeah, where's the energy? Why is energy text? Why are we doing this? Why are you all the way down there? Oh, because it's order independent or order dependent. So I have to actually do like this and that. Okay, so things appear reasonably. Hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, I'm using i3 by the way, Sanatani. I ended up ditching Unity for the project after 2 months. What's the project? Kanai Joe, bro. Let's hire this guy. NGUI. Okay, it half works. Let's sack him and call in our own U3D stamp of quality. Yep. Okay, so this is kind of okay, this needs to be a header bar. Create empty. The nice thing is that we're doing like a Y2K style thing, so we can actually just keep things very simple. Create empty. Boom. But boom. You're gonna use a horizontal layout group. Yes, beautiful, beautiful, yes. Yes, splendid even. Splendid even. Make me feel quite happy. Inside. Oh, that's width. Whoops, I should be modifying like height. Or something, I don't know. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. What UI do you like to work with? I don't know, man. I like immediate mode. Immediate mode is fun. There is a cool like UI layout library. Actually, maybe I should use it. CLay library. Like IMGUI is the goat for like for if you're implementing your own thing. But where is it? CLay. There we go. This guy. Yeah, this is nice though. This is also another nice one. It's cool. It's like a single header file library, so you can just chuck it easily. It works pretty well. His website, he actually cross-compiled it to WASM, so you can like use Inscription and get a web build for your UI, and it actually works. And it's like a simple, like, yeah, I like it. It's straightforward. I'm not sure how well that translates to, like, game stuff. I don't know. Retentive mode, media mode, and, like, the APIs for doing that stuff. It's like, I don't know. I think the greater overarching thing is that I just hate UI in general. Like, UI just kind of, it just always sucks to program UI. It's just the nature of the beast, man. So no matter what pill you take, it's always gonna kind of suck. I like the media mode just because it's very declarative in terms of the structure of the UI, compared to like, you know, retentive, but there's no winning, darling. There's no winning. Let's just do. Or I could just make these. I don't know. Game logo? No idea, Nabil. Also, good to see you, Nabil. I should probably have like a name for the game. If I'm gonna. Before one can make a logo, one should probably have a name for the game, and I don't have a name for it yet. Should probably do that at some point. It'd be kind of important. Kind of beneficial. But I don't know. For as much effort as we're putting into this game, I'm also kind of... it's weird. I want to make it good, but I don't care about, like, I haven't thought too much about how it's going to be presented or whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. We'd probably just call it Fight and Flight or something. Or Radio Rush doesn't make sense anymore. Fight and Flight is not great for SEO. But you know, maybe it's just an Easter egg game. You know, someone's having a panic attack and they're googling symptoms of like fight and flight, and there's like, what is this game? Well, 1 second. Sorry, 911. I need to play this game. Today, engines have adopted a style sheet and layout concepts in the web. Yeah, I've been seeing that as well. And I've been seeing stuff like where they'll have like a style sheet and then they'll have they'll use that as like a template for everything, both in engine and out of engine. But it's like, I'm glad when they do native implementations of that. I get scared when it's like, all right, let's also start getting JavaScript in there, and then we can have React work within Unity, and all of a sudden your game turns into a React app. And it's just game over from there, man. Just game over from there. Yeah, we need to make this feel like more like a web page, though. I'm still trying to get that Y2K feeling. We have that with the buttons here. That's coming together. I feel happy with that. We need to have the left and right arrows, but we'll get there somehow. If I can find the hole. I need to start modeling the CRT thing, and then we're gonna write a shader today, I think. I need to figure out how we're gonna do the shader though, because I still want normal interaction here. So what I might do is have a camera for rendering this, and then I'm gonna do a image shader on top of that, and render it to a render texture, and then display the render texture over here, so that your mouse clicks are still interacting with this, but what you see is actually the render texture above it. I've written a CRT shader before, but I want to write another one because I'm not quite happy with that one. It's gonna be very weird because we're writing a CRT shader on top of a CRT, so like it's kind of jank, but what can you do, right? So we have this canvas here. I have to add a new camera. In fact, probably I will co-opt this camera. We're gonna add a render texture somewhere, and then yeah, we'll do something with that. Is it a code name? I didn't know. I don't know, man. It might be. The original game was called Fight and Flight, Nabil. I'm not sure about this one. Is that your Edna Mode impression? I don't know, darling. It just happens sometimes. Sometimes I talk like that. Sometimes I like talking like a Russian to my nieces. You know? I like speaking as if I actually lived in Soviet Russia. I don't know, man. Things just happen. What's going on here? Vehicle view. Yeah. I'm going to create a render texture. If I can find it. It's material. It's over here. No, it should be under the creation tab. Where is it? Where are you? Here's some render texture. Okay. We're gonna do, I think we're doing like 640 by 480. Nearest power of 2. 512 is close, but it's actually less. So I guess you might have to do 1024, but that seems like overkill. Whatever, it'll be fine, I think. Okay. We're not doing mip maps. Random right, maybe. Point filter, clamping, yes. Cool. Shop, we're gonna be using. Oh, is the UI even gonna be rendered on the camera? Because it's rendered on Oh, this may not work as easily as I would have wanted it to. Occlusion culling. Okay, we're gonna do something. We're gonna create a quad now. 3D quad. And then we're gonna throw onto here. Okay, so it is showing up here. Beautiful. Nice. And then I could just write a normal shader then. I don't even have to do like a... Okay, cool. Now I have to ensure that this does not affect... Because I believe this is being picked up. This is going to interfere. So I have to like... have this be excluded. I'm going to make a new layer for this. And I have just the layer for that. World interactable. And then within canvas, or within this camera, we're going to add a culling mask. Or change... Come on, let me... Where's my mouse? Come on, come on, come on. There you go. Nice. And cool, now we have our canvas that's going to be over here. And now we can do stuff. Nice. So I'm just going to... I'm going to do a new shader. And it's going to be an unlit shader. Or maybe I might want to have lit. Maybe I do want to add some specular lighting to it. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be unlit shader because we're using our own rendering pipeline anyways. So, CRT shader. Okay, and we're going to start talking through how we're going to implement this. Let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. DJ, accept it. What's your challenge? She's a quest for you. Do a Russian accent during the entire rest of the stream. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You can't force it. It emerges during points of pain in your life, you know? During periods of great anguish and burden, the heart and mind goes to Soviet Russia. Oh, man. Okay, what's going on here? If you're not bundling Chromium with your game, what are you even doing? You're right, Joe. You're right. How dare I write optimized native code? How dare I not just throw React onto it? Call it a day. How dare I? What game are you doing? I'm doing this game. the unnamed game, the game in which I don't know what to call it. We finished some UI implementation, now we're going to do some shader stuff to make it look cool. CRT Shader Dev on CRT Shader, cracking the edge of the universe, was the first standard web size in the day. 1024 by 768, interesting. It aligned with CD-ROM multimedia. We had a uniform size standard for a while across uniform size standard for medium? That's not a thing. We don't uniformity standards? We don't have that here. That's crazy, man. Okay, guys. So, who here knows what shaders are? Like, just straight up. Who knows what shaders are? It's gonna be very important. It might be an educational moment. It's gonna be a great educational moment where I say, oh, you guys don't know what shaders are. Cool, I'm not gonna explain it. Figure it out on your own. You'll never learn it. No, I'm messing. What are you seeing? Why are you seeing the canvas in 3D? What do you mean in 3D? So I have the actual UI canvas here, but it's gonna render clearly. I want to do a shader effect across the entire thing. To do that, though, I have to have it be rendered to a texture, and then I can write a shader on that texture that will apply effect over everything, which is what we're gonna do. Okay, I mean, it's not gonna be a good explanation because I'm not really great at teaching. Shader stuff is weird for me. Like, it's weird for me to even kind of explain it, but like, okay. So for drawing stuff on your screen, how deep do you want to go? Are we gonna open up the Direct 3D pipeline? I don't know. I could just point at a diagram and be like, look at the graph, look at the graph. So, okay. So you guys know that your computer has like two major components that you guys buy for your machines that make it work. One is the CPU. Y'all love that one. That's the CPU. Say hi to Mr. CPU. And then you have one side that's Mr. GPU. This is the one that causes so much drama. GPU. One stands for Central Processing Unit. The other one stands for Graphics Processing Unit. The CPU is good at doing sequential tasks, or serial tasks. Tasks are going to be happening one after the other. Complex tasks. It's very good at doing stuff like that, right? So if I were to draw a picture, you would have to actually go, like if we were to say this is a picture, right? It would actually go sequentially through the picture and, you know, fill each cell one by one, each pixel one by one, right? You can think about a CPU doing that. There's ways to kind of parallelize stuff through multi-threading and, you know, SIMD operations and whatnot, but in general, that's fundamentally what the computer is doing. And this is called like software rendering, where you're rendering everything through on the CPU, right? The GPU on the flip side is really good at doing simple tasks in parallel. So where this takes multiple operations to fill every single pixel with whatever colors you want, this can just hit everything at once, right? However, this requires things to be structured in a particular way to do that. The programs that do this filling of this drawing of stuff are called shaders. And shaders have specific functions. In fact, there's different pipelines that go on into drawing objects in your screen. But in general, shaders are typically operating on a triangle. Every game is made up of triangles. Like every geometry you see on games is usually a triangle. Even squares are actually a triangle. Or two triangles fused together. And there's two major functions that your shaders are going to do. One's called the vert function. One's called the fragment function. And they're a pipeline because the product of one is the input for the other one. So vertex shaders or functions manipulate the actual vertices that define each triangle. These. So far, so good. And here, within your vert function, you could do a bunch of different stuff. You can manipulate the position of your vertices so they're somewhere different than just where it is on your model or whatever. You can do a lot of stuff. We're not going to go into it, right? But it's just simple. You're thinking in terms of, like, transforming the vertices. The fragment function, however, is what actually fills in the color for your vertices and sets whatever it's going to be, right? So it can be a flat color, it could be sampling a texture to choose how it's going to look here. But that's what the fragment function is specifically focused on doing. Lighting is often is done within the fragment, so you can go through every single fragment and it will evaluate all the different light sources. So let's say there's a light source here, and you can evaluate and be like, all right, is this facing that light source? If it is, and if it's not occluded, we're going to illuminate this with that color, and then everything else is going to be in shadow or whatever, right? So an important thing is that your vertex function is going to be called on each vertex individually. Your fragment function is going to be called in every single fragment. You can kind of think of a fragment as like a pixel that are going to be drawn on here, right? So 3 calls, fragment, variable amount of calls. So how does that look like in the shader here in Unity, right? So I just created a new unlit shader in Unity, and you'll see that we have these two functions, the vert function right here and our fragment function right here. This is handling the vertices like we talked about. This is handling how things are drawn. Right now it's sampling a texture, this main texture, and is returning the color, the resultant color. And it's producing what you see over here. If I can go to Unity real quick, the input texture we have. I can change it though and be like, hey, you know what, actually, show me the UV coordinates. And instead, you're going to get this cool little triangle, this cool gradient, where over here is the value 0, 0. Up here it's 1, 0. So if you think about this is 1, 0. So if you think about RGB, R is like the X coordinate. So as the X coordinate goes up, it becomes more red. As the Y coordinate goes up, it becomes more green. And as both of them goes up, they become yellow. So you use UVs to sample into a texture. We're not going to really go into the detail about that. This is just the basics. And then as for the vertex, you can do a bunch of stuff. So to illustrate the idea of being able to modify the vertices of your geometry, instead of just doing this, we can do a bunch of fun stuff, man. I'll tell you what, we can do, let's do this. Float 4 V new vertex. We're gonna just do float 4. We're gonna do something very simple. And this is all within HLSL. This is the shader language that Unity uses. It literally just means high-level shader language. I'm pretty sure this is a float 3 actually, now that I think about it. No, it is a float board. And we're just gonna do like, I don't know, plus sign time dot y. This is a time variable in Unity. And I don't know. Yeah, this is fine. We're gonna pass in this new vertex over here. And look at that. It's moving every time I interact with the editor. If I were to press play, you'd see it. And it's moving along to a sine offset. Let's press play actually. Coding A, I'm making a game right now. You see him moving. And you can do a bunch of fun stuff, right? You can modify like cos time dot y, and now it's going to start moving in like a circular pattern. You can add offsets to it. I like doing v dot vertex dot y. It's a fun one to do. One second. And this is just showing off that like, hey, this is what the vertex pass is doing. Reload it, and look at that, dude. Crazy stuff going on here. So yeah, within the shader, you can like easily change how things move. So anyways, that little demonstration aside, this is where I stop kind of explaining stuff, and I'm just going to start diving into implementing it. I think if I want to go more into the weeds of like making this a bit more easy to understand, we'd actually have to do like a demo project together to kind of explain each component. But any questions before I start diving into just implementing this stuff? Is that a Saratoga mineral water? Yes, it is, by chance, Elderberry. So basically shaders handle vertex and colors. Yes, that's one of them. There's actually a bunch of different fixed functions that are part of this pipeline. So if you go to like direct 3D pipeline, there's actually a few other ones, just things like geometry shaders. And then nowadays there's also mesh shaders, graphics pipeline. But yeah, you see here, like here's all the different steps that happen here. Vertex shader stage, hull shader stage, tessellator, domain shader, geometry shader, rasterizer, pixel shader, which is like our fragment shader, and then finally the output merger stage. There's quite a number of stuff going on here. But these are the most major ones. These are the only ones you're really going to be using most of the times. This is what you'll frequently encounter if you're doing implementing this stuff. Here within Unity, like in HLSL, it's one combined file, but if you're using OpenGL, if I can open up that project actually, you're gonna have like a specific file per function, shader function. Let me move this back to here. I need to renew my C-Line license. Yeah, nope. Expired. It's okay. I just want to show you my shaders. You got me. Got him. Alright, C-Line, you win today. CD projects. CD Cozy Engine, I believe. I'm sorry, what? Which one? There's a few engine projects we have here. No, the Cozy Engine. Whoopsie. If I go to data, go to shaders, you're gonna see the same thing here. There's ones that are for fragments and others that are meant for vertex. And their syntax is kind of similar in some ways. So therefore encoding work into a format that the GPU can work with, yeah. So it's like so the shader, not only is it telling you like, hey, what type of what are these functions going to do? You're also defining what data is going to be needed to compute this, right? So like if you see up here, we have something called uniforms. Yeah, right here. You can think about these like fields or properties in like your normal CPU code. So like in this instance where we talked about how, you imagine each pixel here being like the function being executed by a shader, your uniforms are going to be just like variables that are going to apply to all of these, right? So the variables are not going to change per I don't know what's the best way to describe it. You can think about it like almost like a thread. These variables are not going to change per thread. This is going to be applying for every single one of these. So even though like this fragment function is going to be called like, I don't know, hundreds of times per pixel, that's going to be rendered on screen, this is not being mutated by the underlying function. These are not mutating these. And with these uniforms, this is all data that the CPU side of things has to upload, right? So for all this rendering work to happen, like you have to upload stuff to the GPU, like, hey, the textures you're going to be using, or hey, the actual mesh geometry that's going to be rendered, right? And the GPU is going to have its own copy and it's going to work with it and mutate it, right? That's why like I can do this shader that's modifying the vertices here, but it's actually not like modifying the source on the CPU side. It's separate. Let's see. I want you to remember shaders are the damn reason AI exists and it has given the ability to SIMD a lot of things. Yeah. Well, it's cool that like people are starting to, I don't know, like as GPU shortages like happen, like it's cool seeing people going back and be like, hey dude, how do we force our CPU to kind of act like a GPU, right? We kind of alluded to this earlier, but like, you know, you can do a similar kind of thing with by using like multi-threading and using SIMD to get like similar multiple data modifications in mass. It's not like this is meant for that, and it's not meant like it's not meant to substitute the GPU in its entirely, right? We can force it to do stuff that's pretty gnarly. Anyways, so I'm gonna start working on getting this CRT shader happening. And I'm gonna start by defining like just what are the things I'm gonna need, and then we're gonna start doing the rest of the definitions in the shader. Uniform CPU and GPU variable is uniform across. Strange thing to use as a name, but there we go. Yeah. Well, I guess the way they describe it is like each one of those workers are using the same uniform. What code can you do? I'm not sure what to answer there. I created an asset tool for procedural generation handling vertex and objects, but I was not 100% sure of everything. It's working fine, but nothing fancy. That's still cool though, dude. It's still cool. Procedural generation anything is like pretty gnarly. Shaders come after forms of AI where represented data compute. Yeah. Well, most AI stuff is dealing more with like compute shaders, which is a different type of thing, meant more so for like not rendering pictures onto a screen, but rather for just doing work and computation. So like you can have your application execute a compute shader. You can also use something like CUDA to do that. Okay, so we have our main texture. This is our source. I need to have another texture here for like the pixel pattern, right? Basically, what pattern of LEDs are going to be happening on the CRT. In fact, we call it LED. Not LED. What was it? I guess we just call it RGB pattern. I'll just stick with pixel pattern. Okay. Next, I want to deal with like. We're gonna need to have some dimension info. So actually, I'll probably just make it int. I need to get a better naming convention for this. I'm always super inconsistent when it comes to shader stuff. I don't know why I am. It is a jailbreak DeepSeek, yes or no? I don't know. I don't work with DeepSeek, so I have no idea. The only person who commented on the vertical stream that was Miss yesterday. I saw that, Jocko. I left a message, actually. It's actually still in the chat. Yeah, I ended up postponing that stream for today. Okay, cool. I guess what really matters is how many lines we're going to do. Because I think we're going to work on scan line levels as opposed to just overlaying pixels. And then I'm gonna think about horizontal interpolation. What's going on, G Jacob? So, okay, pixel pattern with height, horizontal interpolation. I think that should be fine. And then I'm probably going to have to make properties for all this, so I have a shader, a pixel shader or a CRT shader I wrote a while ago here in the code base, so maybe I might still use it or yoink it. But I don't know, there's something nice about starting fresh. And did I make this the wrong data types? No, they're ints. I'm not sure how much width is going to matter. Horizontal interpolation, interp, float. Okay, cool, so now we have these guys here. And then maybe we'll add lighting as well, but we'll see about that. What's going on here? Who's I can do this off the top? We're just getting started, Joe. We haven't. Right now, I'm just saying I'm making a wish list of the things I want. So that's the way I kind of start. Is like I know what effect I want to get, so I start making a list of okay, what are the things I probably need to make that happen. So in this case, I need a texture that's going to have like the RGB pattern for our display. So it might be just something like this. Or something else. And then I'm defining like, all right, how are we gonna map this onto the screen, this pattern, and then just go from there. Yeah, I'm really not really interested in talking about AI stuff, guys. Elderberry first about good night. I have a job interview tomorrow. Say, let's go, dude. Let's go, Sir Elderberry. Good luck, dude. For a customer service support remote. Hey, man. Well, I'll keep you in prayer, man. Hopefully you get the job, Rusky. Hopefully you show up and he say, all right, here's my question for you. When do I start? You show up into the job interview. Sit down, kick your feet open, drink your glass of Dorito water, and then say, all right, why should I work for you? How many zeros are we going to be having in my salary? Are we looking at like 7 zeros? It's fine if you say 6 zeros. It's fine. We'll do. I could deal with that, but I'm looking more for 7 figures, maybe 8 figures. Just hit them with that power play. You're gonna stun them, dude. Stun lock them. All right, so I have to think about how we're gonna map this. Basically, I'm gonna have this pattern. You have a texture here that's like an 0, 0 over here and 1, 1 over here. And I need to figure out how we're gonna map this so that it repeats a certain number of times all over the screen, like so. Dude, honestly, I might just yoink the CRT shader. Later, brother. Appreciate it, man. Hey, let us know how it goes, dude. Are you asking me how I found my current job, Joe? Has settled in already. What's cognitive? Wait, cognitive surrender for whom? For what? Oh man. Okay, so we have the source color, right? We're gonna be processing this against like some kind of. So we're gonna have a float 2. We're gonna have pixel UV. I don't know what UV stands for. Like secret time, guys. Truth time, honesty time. I don't know what UV stands for. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I thought CPU stand for computing processing unit for a long time. I'm just honesty time, right? I don't know what its UV stands for. I just know it's 2 coordinates that are gonna tell you where in the texture you're gonna get color from, right? So if you guys have like a texture of some sort, heck, we even use like this image right here. Usually it's gonna be mapped. You're gonna map the corners to like a normalized coordinate space of like this being 0, 0. And then this one being 1, 1. And then, you know, the appropriate offsets wherever it makes sense. So like this would be 0. Oh my goodness, I can't draw today. This would be a coordinate of like 0, 1. And this would be a coordinate of 1, 0. And depending on where you're at in this, you'd get a different color. So if you sampled a coordinate 0, 0, you'd get a red color here. And if I sampled coordinate 1, 0, I'd get a gray color here. And if I sampled the coordinate of like 0, 1, you'd get a blue color, and etc., etc., etc. That's how you map colors. And we get this UV information passed into us from this I.UV usually. So like I mentioned how these functions are return, their output is the input for the next one. You'll notice that vert produces a v2f struct, which contains this information, UV coordinate, vertex, etc. And if you look at the fragment, it takes in a v2f struct. How convenient. Indubitably. How convenient. Yes. Unlock, dude, brother, stop, Juan. Juan, stop, dude. You gotta stop, man. It matches the UX UI. It comes from another Cartesian. Oh, is it like like that barycentric coordinate mapping? Is that what it's coming from? Because I've seen that for what is it? Barycentric coordinate system for like triangles. A barycentric coordinate system. Is that where it's coming from? Because I remember seeing them also have a U and V. And I guess if you're dealing with triangles, then like that's what you're. Dude, is that what it is? Is that where UV comes from? From barycentric coordinate systems? I don't know. Anyways, you get the idea. Okay, so somehow, what I think I'm gonna do is we're gonna take this 0 to 1 coordinate, and let's start with establishing the go, right? So the original image is here. I'm gonna yoink. In fact, we're just gonna work in this space, right? So imagine these are where I want the pixels to like wrap, right? So really what I want is like the value from here to be kind of accelerated so that instead of getting to the end of the image, getting to 1, 1, we actually want to have 1, 1 happen early. At about right here. So we're at, let's say, 0, 1 right here. And boop, boop, boop. Oh, this should be 1, 1, right? So we have to scale the value of the original by some kind of factor to make that happen. So, and we also have to, I guess I don't have to clamp it. I think it should be just the wrap, but we're going to be taking the i.uv and then multiplying it by, in fact, I can't even do this because we can do swizzling. xy times some kind of scale factor, right? Which I guess is where we have our int width and height coming from, right? So I guess nope. We'd be doing this. That'd be our new pixel UV coordinate. Then we're going to sample pixel color will be text 2D. And now we're going to use our pixel pattern. We're going to use our newly derived pixel UV coordinate. Yes. And now we have to figure out how we're going to composite the source color with our newfound color here. So if you look at a CRT, the way things work, if you zoomed in close, is that like if you have a picture, like if you were to zoom in on this color right here, right, we're to take this segment right here and just zoom it out until it's 1 pixel wide. The green color, let's pretend like this is like just pure green. The green color would be illuminated, and these colors would be off. That's the simplest way of going about it. Yeah. So what can we do? We can do like we can multiply and then the parts that are outside, so like these parts that are not a pixel cell, everything outside has to default to whatever default color it is going to be, like black or something. That way they can look discrete. So the units that need to be illuminated are going to be like this, and other ones that are not, they're going to be like that. So I guess we're going to use the min and max of the source color width. One second. Also, what's going on here? Hey, what's going on, Joe? I don't know what's happening to vertical. What's going on vertical? What's happening over there? Hey, we got Mr. Prototype. In the Discord. What's going on? Let's see. Oh yeah, we're just gonna do this. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Terrell. Appreciate it, man. You came in clutch. Goodbye. Yeah, Juan, you're being a little annoying if I'm gonna be honest, dog. And damn, easy, simple. Find your current job, like my job. I just online, dude. I just applied, and then I got something. I mean, honestly, I was like super blessed. Honestly, it's kind of like how I started becoming, or part of how I began, like, you know, becoming Christian is because I was like super depressed because I couldn't find a job, and then like one Sunday in the parking lot, I like prayed, and I was like, all right, dude, if you're real, like show me. And like the next day, bam, 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 like everything just happened. But as far as like the job, I don't know, like you can use like, there's like services and stuff I like where it was using. Like there used to be, I'm not sure if it exists, but there used to be like talent agencies you can do. I think with like the fall of the tech hyping nowadays though, you know, I'm not sure how in demand these agencies are, but I imagine they still exist. Okay, so we have color, we have the pixel UV, we have the pixel color. Yeah, honestly, dude, I don't even know how I got the job, because I felt like I bombed the interview. That's like also why I kind of, you know, say like that's Providence, right? Like, you know, I try not to be preachy on this channel, but for me, it was like, okay, that's like God's providence, right? First the opportunity, and then like, I'm totally not qualified for this job. I'm totally not, I feel like I bombed the interview, and yet somehow, you know? I mean, there's much more beyond that like changed my whole perspective and everything, but yeah. Pixel color, and then what are we gonna do? We're gonna do max, no, we're gonna do min between pixel color and we're using minimum value for between pixel color and our pixel pattern or source color. Which, by the way, I'm gonna change this to be like source, because that's how I'm thinking about it, and it makes more sense. And then finally, we're gonna return final. Yo, what's going on, Mr. Playtime? Did you take you? Dude, I don't know. There's like an Excel sheet somewhere with that information. I mean, it was like I got super, because I couldn't even get a job stocking stuff at like a warehouse. That was like this so bad. I was so, because I was like, I just need to get some income to help my family out, and I just couldn't. You know, the tech jobs weren't looking at me. I wasn't sure if I was gonna be a programmer, honestly, because my discipline was very split. At the time, I spent most of my experience was at doing art, and then audio engineering, and then a bit of programming. So like, I didn't even see myself as a programmer. I thought I was gonna be like a game dev or something like that. You know, I didn't think I was qualified for that at all. So it was gnarly. But yeah, I couldn't, like, I would apply for warehouse positions and stuff, and or stocking, and I didn't get it for whatever reason. No callbacks, no nothing. Okay, so we do the min operation, we return final. Okay, let's try actually supplying. Let me make an actual texture we're gonna use for our little pixel. We're gonna do we're gonna be high resolution, guys. We're gonna use like 32 by 32. Crazy, I know. Crazy talk. I did the talent agency thing in the heyday. Lots of fun. Not much today. Yeah, it sucks. What you get today is people stuffing the job up first with AI, then asking you to fix it. Yeah, it's terrible. Like the moral decline. Like morale is terrible, dude. It's super terrible. I think I don't know. People view this as a craft, right? And people need to feel like their skills and abilities are valued, and that doing things right and good matters. So all this stuff kind of just, you know, like sure, let's say you get productivity gains from this, but then it's like, all right, but you know, are you gonna be as motivated to crank it, to try to pursue that excellence? I don't know. I know it's like yeah, it's a whole thing. Let's see here. Hey, Delirium and Jason. What's the game about? I know you showed us some demo gameplay, but it's about a person on a rocket, is it? Yeah, you're just racing on a rocket, super fuzz. Okay, RGB. And then you're customizing your machine, and you're getting like these things called buddies that are going to give you special powers. Change gameplay. Nothing crazy, very simple. Well, in principle it's simple. In execution, I've been kind of, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Your boy Cozy's been, whoa, those games got hands. Making games are kind of hard, dude. Even like, in your mind, simple ones. The thing I gotta work on is not falling into sunk cost fallacy, because like, I keep wanting to make things better, but you know, sometimes you just gotta fold them, right? Just submit it as is, let it be what it is. Okay, what value are you at? You're like 150, so I do the same thing here. 150. And then you're like 80, or no, 50. What's going on here? Would game dev be your ideal job if you could pick anything? No, absolutely not. Game deving is something that's very like passion driven for me, and it's very personal, and I want to be spending my time working on stuff that conform to like my vision. So I don't think I'd want to be a game dev, because you're kind of just subject to the other person's vision, and then most of your creative energy is spent on that instead of like your own thing, right? So I'd rather keep my game development as like a continued like outlet for myself, place of self-expression, and something that isn't like bound by, you know, me having to sustain myself, or at least if I have to sustain myself on like this, at least it'll be like on my own terms, under my own expectations. I think working in game dev would kind of mess that up for me. At least my relationship with making games and stuff. T pixel. Okay. So now we go to here. You have the shader. That's, oh, I didn't actually make a uniform for that either, or a property for that. I should probably do that. Something that is kind of changing for me is that I think, I don't know. I'm usually very hesitant about getting help for games, for my games, but there are some things that you can only achieve by, like, relying on others, right? But I don't know. Oh, I did join server. Oh, good to have you, Mr. Playtime. Also, if you could have your own studio, it would be, yeah, my own studio would be the route. What would you absolute ideal job? Whatever conditions you want. My ideal job would be just making games then. Making games and streaming. And teaching. I like teaching. I think my ideal would be like, I would have... Cozy Cabin Games would be like a 3-prong operation, right? One would be streaming. One would be making actual games. And just software, like not even just games, but also software tools for people, right? And a third thing would be like an educational component, right? I would want to have like an internship program where people can actually, like students can come in and learn and actually work on a project and have a safe space to actually like fail if they need, if they're going to fail, that they can fail in a safe like environment, as well as have like lectures and whatnot to actually, you know, talk about this stuff. It wouldn't be like a tuition or something like that, but like it'd be cool to do that. Maybe I'd like get, you know, go into professorship or something, but I mean, I thought about getting my master's to do that, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so we have our T-pixel. Now we're going to do... Hey, look at that. So you see this? If I... that just kind of worked. So if I zoom in, you see the LED, or the... You see the actual values here. Actually, you see the actual individual things working. It's not perfect, because some of the values are actually like, we'd actually want to have our source texture be sampled at the same rate as like the pixel offset, so that you don't have like a single pixel being like bisected in half. But hey, we have the CRT effect starting to happen here. Next thing I want to do is actually add some horizontal sampling, because usually CRTs are not just purely clean and discrete, where like it's one color and then it stops immediately and then becomes the next color. There's actually some blending that happens at the scan line intervals. So, ooh, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. What are you? What is that going on? Why was that a thing? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's feeling super webby. Web-ish. Okay. So we're gonna add some of that. The value also feels a little too dark. So I might do something with that as well. Saturate it. Okay, so let's see. So now that we're going to do this, I think we're going to do like an average. I'm going to have some kind of float, I don't know, blend distance. Maybe we'll start with like a super small one of like this, and then float to, what, offset UV maybe? Or UV offset. would be and then blend distance, and then we do the average of this plus UV offset minus UV offset, and then average. There's a simple way to try getting that horizontal blend component. But I don't know. It's actually, I'm fearing it's actually just lowering contrast. Let's do this. We have this already. I think I'm gonna do range, and it's gonna be like 0 or something like that. Or is it an attribute? I can't remember what it was. We're gonna use that instead. Horizontal interpolation. And within here, we're gonna play around with that. Yeah, there's something odd's going on for sure. If I do 0, let me catch up. What's going on here? I worked with GameDev for almost 2 years, and I got completely anxious about not getting another job, so doing usual programming is way better and consistent. That's true, yeah. As a hobby, it works fine now. Yeah, it's nice. Keystrokes are necessary? For what exactly? Wait, what do you mean cybersecurity? Welcome back. Yeah, I remember you, Nicey Deco. Or Darko. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. Can I join? Heck, yeah, dude, it's awesome. I have a question. What's your question? What's your question, Mr. Playtime? Okay. This kind of looks like an e-reader displayed. Like, do you guys kind of see that? Let's do 640 by like 480. You have to get really small to be able to see it now. Let me also change one thing. I'm gonna make the horizontal lines more prominent. Yeah. Let me see if I'm doing this right. So I'm doing this. Yeah, it's being a little weird. What do we got here? Horizontal interpolation. It's backed by float. They're both floats. I think it's just range. And I can define like a maximum of like 0. I don't know. I can't remember. Like, there's like a thing you can do. Or maybe you define it here. So that you get a slider bar. No, but I'm not seeing it there. Ah, there you go. So you can do like a slider for a fixed amount. I'm also thinking about this min function. I'm not sure if I quite like that actually. I might even change it to like a multiply instead. Okay, it's a little more clear. I don't know what's going on with that though. The only thing I can think of is maybe blend distance is happening on the wrong thing. Like if I return i.uv real quick and coerce it to be a float 4. No. 0, 1. What? Yeah, 0's x, y, yeah. I'm not crazy. So y offset, oh, it has to be 0 here. Okay, there we go. Now you're seeing like this ghosting kind of image thing. There you go. So you see that kind of fuzziness? Now you see this kind of fuzziness on like the X at least. Not on the Y though. So now it doesn't look just clearly. It doesn't look clearly. Yeah. Nice. Okay, cool. This is actually super sick. And we're getting there. I think I'm gonna make this more comically smaller though, because I'm not sure how. The problem is I'm using a CRT, dude, so I can't actually see how well the effect is happening like on a LCD screen. Like it's kind of, you know, like you understand my difficulty a little bit. I'm not sure if you're actually seeing it or if it's not. I might just try to make it more laughably huge, so it actually appears here, but yeah, I don't like that. Seems almost too far now, right? Also, make sure this has like the same size and scaling as like the underlying object. I mean, at least roughly. Let's see how it looks in game. Okay. Garage. Oh my goodness. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna be really close up to this actually, so I should probably not have this be. Yeah. Copy, position, paste, position. Yeah. Okay. Maybe a little bit in front. And then copy scale, I think. Well, I'm not sure. This is a... there's another scale component that's going on here. I have to kind of eyeball it, I think. Also, the camera position's off. That's another element of this. Camera. You have to line it up better. There you go. And then... it seems very dark. I might add like a coefficient. Or something. That feels a little better. I'm gonna make oh, let's see how this looks. Have you had an idea to make N64 type game? I have something kind of like that for the PS1. Oh my god, this is so... oh, it's so Jake. The UI isn't lining up correctly though. But it's so close. Look. Oh, this is so sick, dude. I mean, it's not perfect, but like, geez, man. This actually feels Y2, Okay, so we have to have a different camera than what we're using because this one is not accurate. So the camera target thing cannot be the same. Copy component, remove the render texture. I'm gonna make another one. So you're gonna be disabled again. You're gonna be enabled. I'm gonna put the render texture back on you. Okay, and now this one I can freely move and not worry about affecting the Oh, you know what? This should be orthogonal as well. It should be an orthographic camera, not perspective. Perspective, no orthographic. Yep. And oh, is it not going to pick up the UI? Because of that? Oh, that's going to suck. If it's not going to pick up. Oh. Okay, whatever. We'll just do perspective. It's fine. The issue is that there's things we have to cut off. Or maybe I can just change the view rect. This is like offset, but why is this affecting? Okay. I keep trying to scale, but that's not going to affect it the way I think it's going to affect it. Come on, let me. Yeah, it's not going to do it the way I want it to. That's the problem. Yeah, I want to have the texture stretched a little bit. Okay, I'm going to just manually do that over here because I don't want to think about yeah, I don't want to think. That's actually really just what's going on here. I'm gonna do a float too. And it's gonna be this. Vector type. Okay, compile error. There you go. Now you have stretch as a thing I could do here. On the Y I can just, oh, we have to actually multiply UV by this, I believe. So really you're gonna have to have float UV equals I.UV times stretch and replace all these with just UV. What's the issue here? Alright, because you have to be a float too. One second. Who wanted us to remember their name? Yeah, I need to be better with that. Caching tonight makes working tonight easier. I'm glad to hear that, JCap. It's so fun being on call. That's unfortunate. But hey, man, at least we get to chill out today. Get to relax. It's all gravy, man. It's all gravy. Why did I UV times stretch? Right. Because this has to be a 1 coefficient. There you go. Oh, and I have to do an offset as well. Okay. Minus stretch divided by 2. Oh, wrong offset, I think. I think we're still going to do... And then we're going to do minus... If I'm not mistaken. Not same deal. There's a mathematical way to do this. I'm just not doing it right. Okay, almost. And then I think you do .5. Yes, there we go. Okay, now it's centered. Cool, and now the whole UI should be there, present. What's going on, Tamirka? Hey, you have a going, Bone Circuit. Thanks for popping in, dude. At real RGB up close, the gap spleen should be fatter. Where's the gaps? Oh yeah, chunkier. Much chunkier. Oh, I'm going blind. Hey, the positions are correct though. Dude, even the normal Unity button looks so much better now. With this like... Okay, stop doing the pause error thing. We're not doing a pause error. Dude. Yeah, you have a going, Bone Circuit. Make something print hello. What we're printed, I think what we're doing is cooler than printing hello. Oh man. Hopefully you're doing well, Tamirka. And thanks for moderating, Terrell. It's been very helpful. Let's let me modify this a little bit more. Like I think I'm gonna make this a little bit more small and a little bit more closer together. They're gonna be so much good friends together. Yes, little friends, be close together. Yes. And I think the shader, we might have upped this up a little bit. Let's see how this looks. They're almost there though. Oh my goodness, why is it like... Oh my goodness, dude. It's like getting smaller, isn't it? No, it's just that the way we're... It's producing these artifacts, man. It's too small. Maybe that's the issue. I made them too small. Maybe I should make it like... What am I doing? I could just modify this step property in the runtime without pausing. Okay, we're gonna do this. Game view stays here. Okay, this is hurting my eyes. This is too small though. I should probably do a thing. I did this in the other CRT shader where it's like if it gets too small, we just use the original. Like for apparent viewing. So you don't get all these like artifacts that pop up. Because that's what's really going on here. Especially since you made the gaps more pronounced. Okay, 1 second actually. Let me take a picture with my phone of like this with my CRT that I have right now. I do have CRTs, so I could just reference the one I have right now and see how they're doing things. Okay, get very close. Come on, get even closer. And then shutter speed, like 60 FPS. Okay, cool. Focal distance, very close. Okay. This is actually pretty sick. And they're actually much tighter together than I realized. Okay, let me post this. I'm gonna post this in case you guys want to have a reference to it. I'm gonna put it in the Discord. Why not? Okay. So if I go into the Discord over here, how the white rectangle looks with this filter. Which white rectangle? Or just see like the pure pattern. Also, what's going on here? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we got going on. I just want to keep zooming in, dude. Let me zoom in. There we go. You can see, look at them raw pixels, baby. Look at them raw pixels. Yeah, they're more closer together though, and they have this offset thing. I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to program that. I probably can. I mean, I definitely can. I just don't wanna. I just don't wanna. What's going on here? Print hello world? No, Mr. Proto. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, pixels though. Alright, so they're much closer together than one may have perhaps realized. So I'm gonna like re-chunkify them a little bit more. Yeah, like super wide, honestly. Like, honestly, I might have to even expand these a little bit more. You're at the margin. You're at the margin now. Okay, cool. And they're on top of each other too. Like they're not playing around, man. They're like bleeding into each other even. Okay, we're gonna get it now. We're gonna get it. This is for the beans. For the beans. I might even make these a little bit more taller. Is this how you keep yourself from burning out during your day job? Yeah, I mean, it helps. It's like multi-layered. It keeps me kind of sharp. It's funny how many times like stuff I've done in my personal time all of a sudden becomes relevant at work, and it's like, oh, cool. I can totally do this because I did this on my personal time, so I have the knowledge for it. It also just recharges me too. It's fun to get back at it once you've done some work on your own stuff. Oh, look how much cleaner that looks. Not as bad. And then if I do, this is 600 right now. If I do 400, or actually if I do let's try 6.480. Oh, that's a rough one. That looks rough. You can see the okay, that's not gonna work. by 600. 500. I want to see if the lines be more pronounced, the horizontal lines, but okay, 300 by 300. Nope. It's not that bad actually, but no. No, it's just radioactive. And you can see like the matrices popping up a little bit. Actually, okay, you know what? Let's try implementing that offset thing that my CRT has going on. So the pixel UV is like almost the same, except now we're also gonna do like we have this step, which is like defining the size of the UV of a pixel, and then we're gonna do float pixel UV plus equals float 0, and then y, it's going to be some kind of coefficient. I might do like pixel UV dot y times like 0.2f or something. And then that's going to create this pattern, which if I zoom in, does not do anything, because that's totally intentional. That was my goal, my master plan. Okay, it's not doing that either. Right. Times what are we gonna do? We're gonna do right. We're gonna do this times UV dot x divided by width. No. Maybe. Not quite, but we're getting there. Or maybe mod. Because I want this to be an increment on steps, right? Not continuously offset. If we did that, then you'd end up with something kind of like this, and it's going to shear it. That's not what we want to have. We want to have like this brick pattern that's offset. So you want to have like not just continuous UV.x, but rather steps of it. So to do that, you would have to do like, brother. My man, are you creating a game for a CRT? Yes. Well, and here's the thing. We're doing a CRT shader on a CRT monitor for non-CRT machines as well. So, you know, it's everything, dude. It's just the best of everything. How are we going to do this? We have to do the precision thing. I want to have precision. We're going to do times height. Yeah, this is what we're going to do. Times height divided by height. We're going to lose there's a rounding that has to happen for this to work. So I think we have to do like around here, and then we do the division. Okay, it's producing that step type thing we're talking about. Yeah, there we go. You see the steps are happening? The steps are happening. Okay, we got the effect, guys. Let's go. Let's go, dude. All right. See, that wasn't that hard, right? That is a little bit of chutzpah. I'm sorry, can you please let me... Unity crashed? This is the first time I've made Unity crash. And it's not my fault. This is 100% not my fault. Not my fault. The one in the CRT, I coupled some EQs to chop it off. I did some adjustment today too, just to kind of make it a little bit better. But yeah, I think I've gotten rid of most of it. There we go. Look at that. Look. This is kind of messed up here. Not gonna lie, it's kind of messed up. The pattern's not quite right. We almost had it. The shear distance is like, or point is incorrect. I almost have to like times 2 or something. No, that's cool though. It's incrementing in chunks now, but that's actually, I think it should be fine. If only I can get rid of that shimmering that's gonna happen, but that's kind of just how it works, right? Also, I think I want to have like a little bit of flicker. I mean, I also don't want to cause seizures, but at the same time, you know. Authenticity, right? Very nice graphics, thank you. Okay. This is garbage. I'm not happy with this. Let's see. I think we're just gonna keep playing around with values until it feels right. Or maybe I'm gonna do what my old shader did, which is like have the center parts of the UVs just return the normal one. Return like the just raw color, and then have the effect be more prominent in the edges. I might have to just do that. Yeah, because as it goes up, like you start having like weird artifacts. The image gets cleaner and clearer, so now you can see this way more clearly. But you also have this ugly kind of effect going on here. It's a little bit better. But now we have like multiple pixels per pixel on the screen. I almost feel like I have to do like a screen space shader effect to make this work the way I want it to happen. Also, the bottom's cut off right now. Yeah, we have to have some kind of like regular let me see. Let me use my math library or utilities. Where's my dev kit? Assets. Nope. Assets. My dev kit. Shaders. Math. And I'm gonna just do sine 01 time dot y. Okay. I need to have this happen faster than that though. So we're gonna do it times 1,000. Okay, sorry. People, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Okay, we're gonna do another thing of like setting a minimum or something. We're gonna do like the max value of like this and 0.2 or something. Actually, you know what? The better way to handle this would be like doing an additional correction of changing the brightness from 0 to 1. I'm gonna make it smaller, so it's gonna oscillate at a range of like 0.25, and then the result is gonna be subtracted by. You know what? I'm gonna just do this because I could generalize this into a much greater float sine range theta and then lower so what? This is not quite, I don't know. Because we'd be defining the amplitude for the sine wave. So amplitude of this amount, and I would want to have the lower, or like its offset to be like, we're doing 0.2, I'll need to oscillate between 0.8 and that. I don't know, man. Actually, maybe I'd rather just work with here, sine 0.1, and then do the correction I want to have happen, which is like amplitude of 0.2 plus 0.8 to make up the difference. So it's to be like less. Okay, it looks more correct. Maybe even faster, so it feels less crazy. Even faster, so the people can't realize it. I think it looks crazier on my CRT than on your actual normal screen. I'm gonna lower this even more, maybe like a 10% deviation. Okay, some oscillation, but it's not too crazy. I want to keep in touch with you in the future then. Yeah, I have the Discord, man. You can reach me through there. What's going on, Erdna? Long time no see. How are you? I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing well, Erdna. A function by which every next column's element is offset by. What's going on, Zeno? Welcome back. Are you trying to emulate the flickering of CRT TVs? Yeah, that's what I'm doing exactly. While also not trying to trigger epilepsy in people, so, which is why we're just going back and forth. I might just bring this back to here, though. Oh, that seems annoying, though. That seems too apparent. This is subtle. It's fine. And then I'm not sure what kind of composite function I should be using. If I should stick to using min or multiply. Min loses like contrast. I think multiply wins here. Okay. This is something. Let's see here. Yeah, it's so small where you have like this issue though. So in a weird way, almost like losing the effect. It's such an odd predicament to be in. It's so small that you barely see it, and if it's too large, it's painfully like it's painful to look at. Like you can hardly make out the elements on the screen. It's cool, and it's like very much selling, hey dude, you're using a CRT by the way. Did you know you're using a CRT? It's none of it's perfect, man. Yeah, it's like it's not great. It's not great. I think we're gonna have to do some cheatsy doodling and just say, hey, you know what? Within these GDV coordinates, we're gonna just display the original sourced image, and then like towards the edges, we're gonna have the original CRT, the pixels actually emerge. And I should also probably check to make sure like that that the because the effect looks better on my screen. That's a problem. So I'm looking at it like, hey, I did a good job emulating it, but then I look at my side monitor and it's like, oh no, you didn't. Your CRT is just helping you cheat. That's too much. Just have a little bit of that fuzz factor that emerges. Okay. Oh, that looks crazy. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Let me do something. Float. We're gonna do like final equals lerp. We're gonna lerp between final and source color. And we're gonna do this based off of UV. I.UV, like the original source. Actually, no, we're just gonna use UV minus float. I may just use UV.Y divided by 0.5. So as the Y approaches the middle of the screen, the CRT shader, yeah, look at that, look at that. That's actually not bad. That's like a decent medium, honestly. So you can still see stuff pretty clearly. And there's like the fuzzy element from like how things are sampled. But at the edges of the image, you still see the pixels, right? So that's actually pretty sick. Okay, and then now we can play around with, we can get a little bit more extreme with these sizes now. Cause then like, you know, the main image is like fine. So if you want to show the pixels, the individual pixels more, we can just do that. Oh, this looks good. I actually like this a lot. I think this is like a pretty okay. I mean, okay, at the big sizes, it looks kind of. Oh, you know what's happening? Also, the parts that are meant to be black are not black. Now that I think about it, like if I zoom in, You see the elements in between? That's part of the issue. The elements in between are meant to be black here, not just the source color. So there's an issue in how we're doing our compositing, because we're just doing, what, pixel color times source color times 2. Why? So pixel color here would be 0, right? Now that's my understanding, is that this would be 0. So it would multiply out and become like, you know, it would become, it would evaluate to 0 if you multiply by the color. That's my understanding. And yet that's not happening. So maybe what I ought to do is, let me do this instead. I'm gonna delete this. We're gonna use alpha instead to help deal with some of this. Also, let me check the setting I have for this texture. No, not opening it up. Just gonna open up the texture in Unity. And yeah, first of all, that's ridiculous. You're not that big. Second of all, we're going to do point filter. So it's a little bit cleaner and sharper on the edges. Second of all, I'm going to apply alpha as a factor. And then third of all, also no generating bitmaps, you don't need those. I'm gonna do another lerp step here. We're gonna lerp between final color and like and it's going to be we're going to use the .a. Interesting. So even though I'm trying to overload it so that it specifically returns black in between the pixels, it's not doing that. So if A is 0, it would be black, otherwise final, it would be the final color. But that's not what we're seeing here. Let me get rid of this term so we can just see everything with this. Okay. So now it is doing it. Maybe I didn't have to do this at all. No, I still did need to do that because I'm not seeing the color. Okay, so this was still necessary at some level. Jeez. The issue now is that UV Y at 0. The function here, I think, is I don't know why it's the case. I mean, I'm not going to complain too much. This still looks good. And I achieved the effect we're looking for. It's just kind of strange. You can also change it so that here it's like, and down lower becomes more of this. Now, you know what? I think I also need to snap the sample UV to like these pixel coordinates. offsets. Like, I think what I need to do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have source color. We're doing all this, right? But geez, we're actually doing it because we were doing the stretching, right? Do stretching, offset. Next, we're going to do UV. Actually, we're going to do this. So we're going to do I.UV times float 2 width, height. We're going to round it. In fact, I'm going to make a float 2 called dim, and it's just going to be the dimension. Okay, cool. And now this simplifies down to just being times dim, rounded, and then divided by dim. Oh my goodness. You see that? Okay. So we did downsample it to our target resolution. But it appears to also affect the, oh, brother. Okay. UV low. We're just going to use I.UV, I guess, here. And then dude, it is so strange. Okay, so I have to do basically all of this, but now with this UV low variable. Okay. So for this, I'd want to use this, but the other usages should just be using UV directly. Okay, cool. I mean, it becomes a little bit less readable, but also matches the resolution at least. Oh, it's like a tricky trade-off, man, that we're making. Yeah, it looks more like accurate, but also it's like there's some artisan decisions we have to make here. You're in the cabin? I wish, Sergio. One day I will be. Here it's pretty good, to be honest with you. What about different resolutions? Yeah, that's the other thing we need to play around with. Oh, brother. I mean, it's kind of fun. Like, it's always fun playing around with shaders, because, like, you can just fuss around and it looks cool no matter what, but we have to start making some hard calls. We have to get to our stopping point. This actually looks freaking rad, though. I can't get over it. Oh man, but no, we have to actually, let's do 400. Yeah, also at a certain distance, we should probably just have it return the source thing as well. Yeah, because I'm looking at the screen you guys are seeing it from, and it's a little not perfect. Also have to deal with the delay. Yeah, it's like really apparent on the LCD screen or LED screen. It's kind of problematic, man. Readability or aesthetic. Yeah, that's a problem. That's the thing we're balancing. You know what? I think I'm gonna do like a color grade bias as well on this. Now we're just doing magic numbers. Heck, sometimes magic numbers are required, man. Really? The multiplier is like not affecting it? It actually looks more reasonable without that coefficient there. Compare that with 2. Yeah. The thing because you guys can see there's like green streaks that are popping up here. Like, yeah, if you get closer, you can, like... But yeah, there's green streaks that are emerging because, like... There's so little space for each color cell to be represented correctly. So a bias emerges at certain intervals. Like, you see the pixels, how sometimes red pops up more and sometimes green and sometimes, like, blue pops up for a second. And it's just how the rounding works. So... What is a gamer to do? I can try making the pixels bigger, but then we have that trade-off of, you know. The pixels being bigger is the trade-off. On the other hand, we can try getting rid of it, but then we kind of defeat the whole purpose of the whole CRT effect, right? Yeah, I almost want to just interpolate almost a little bit the final result. It's crazy. You know, honestly, maybe I should just do some filtering. That might be just what I need to do to get rid of some of that. Kind of sucks you have to do that, but it's also kind of necessary. Where's the garage? The garage. Jeez, look at that. So you have this here. We had the render texture here. That's probably not gonna do anything. Yeah, it's not gonna do anything on the final, because we're not doing that on the final output. We're still overriding it with our own shader stuff anyway, so that's not gonna do nothing. Okay. So if I want to do this, I'd have to like basically run this function on the adjacent stuff as well, which is like gnarly. going on here? Yeah, we're not dealing with that shader. Okay. I'm gonna have to have like separate heights to make this work appropriately. Yeah, because at certain levels, these patterns keep emerging until it gets significantly small enough. Okay. Like, we're so close to... Honestly, you know what? I think the solution here is not to actually do the variable thing. I think we're just going to have... Instead of using the idle lerp, we're just going to do a 50% lerp across the board. Like 0.5% lerp between source and original. So, like, the extremes of the color aliasing is not as noticeable. I think that's just going to be how it works. I think that looks pretty reasonable, honestly. Yeah, that looks pretty okay. 1 second. This looks reasonable. I think it looks okay. I mean, the pixel size is kind of humongo. Or count is this humongous. I think the other thing I can do is also just up the lerp here. And now all of a sudden, like, this looks not as bad. I think I still may want to have this override for, like, jeez. Is there a way? I want to have these. Okay, this is what we're going to do also. I want to make sure. I want to have this, okay. I want the horizontal lines to be more pronounced. Right now they're not. I think it's partly because they're not as tight together as they should be. So no spaces, no gaps, no nothing. None of that. How many pixel distance does that make? I may want to try to... But it's not an even number, that's the problem. So you end up with like one that's like not as big as the other ones. You know what? I'm also going to get rid of this offset coefficient we were doing before, so the lines can actually become more pronounced. Cool. And then, honestly, I might even cheat a little bit and add these so that horizontal components lines, yeah, or vertical lines don't pop up and you just see these more or less. And you know, it actually kind of gets to look right. It's like almost there. I think there's still little gaps here that I want to get rid of. So I'm also going to make these just pure white. So we're sacrificing accuracy, but I think it is for the greater good. And by greater good, I mean aesthetics. Is there still some parts that are not? Okay, you guys are going away. There's no need for this extra detail. You guys are so scrunched together. Anti-aliasing is not going to be noticeable at all at that level. You have to be super close to each other for that to become a factor. Honestly, I might even just like get rid of any potential detail that might interfere. Okay. Better. Somewhat. Now you have this shimmering on the lines here. $20. Like how can we make this like more Yeah. Yeah, I might just have to say GG's. Accept defeat. And just say, you know what? We're not going to have the CRT shader of our dreams here. Oh, you know what? We should probably add lighting as well. Have some surface properties. That last pixel. Yeah, the last pixel is the hardest one to squeeze, man. You know what? We're going to also... What if I... Okay. Let me do something here. Let me try something out. Pixel color A. That's going to overwrite stuff. This would be so bad. Lerp. Okay, that softens it a little bit. As you get to the top, less of it becomes apparent. I probably want to do this from the center. And then it would be like so the corners become more okay, I think this is like reasonable. I think this is where things get reasonable. Yeah, I think it still looks sufficiently like a CRT, but like, while also, you know, still being legible. I mean, the other thing I can do is like maybe... I don't know. There's other things I can try doing, but... Yeah. Also, it just looks better on this one. I think it's just because it's brighter, too. Can I, we're gonna do like a little bloom effect. Is this gonna do what I want it to do? I want to do a component-wise, relatively, the user can toggle it on and off later. Well, toggle what on and off? No, the CRT effect I'm not going to let people toggle on and off. It's just going to be how the UI is, which is why I'm kind of finagling it. What are we going to do? I'm surprised this isn't affecting the color at all. Like, it's not getting brighter. I find that weird. XYZ. Float 4. 1 for alpha. Clamp 01. Is there no clamp 01 for float 4? Float 3 as well. I need the float 3 equivalent. This should work fine. What are you being weird for? What's going on here? Number of arguments for float 4. What are you talking about? Oh. You're supposed to return a float 3 and a float 4. That should be it. What's going on here? Yeah, okay, we're supposed to be correct. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how this isn't like just appearing white at this point. Okay, there we go. Now we have like some proper blooming. Yeah, now it feels like the screen is glowing. Dude. You know, in the pursuit of trying to get this, I think the most important thing about the CRTs is viewing distance. And at this point in the game, the viewing distance is not that like close up, where you can actually see the individual pixels that strongly. So maybe we've just gone on a fool's errand this entire time and chasing like this retro feel. In reality, it would have been better if we did not do that. Or just done the simple thing that most people just do, which is just have like some vertical lines and call it a day. Or horizontal lines and call it a day. I need to get rid of this. I don't know why it's doing that. It's staying stuck. I mean, this is still pretty a step up versus like the very clean version. So there's that at least. But yeah, I think maybe like we could have even done like let's say I see this final lerp. What are we doing? Yeah. And this would be if like UV approaches 1 divided by height. So that's what we do, and then why is this assignment being weird? Cannot convert. Funnels of float 4. Yes. Float 2. What are you talking about, float 2? This is a float 4. UV.y. That's what we needed. Okay, let's not irradiate the sun. Jeez, why are you... Clamp 01. Dude, what? Okay, what are we trying to do? I'm trying to see, like, once... Really, it's a Boolean value we need to evaluate. So we have uv.y. We have how much space a single pixel is in UV coordinate space, in normal coordinate space. We're comparing to see how if y gets close to this, or to what degree. And we're going to do a Boolean expression of like, hey, if it's greater, like closer than like, I don't know, 90% or 95%. We're going to do that. Is it appearing at all? Thank you, man. Thank you, Utah. That's what we're going for here. So if this... Oh, we should be flipping around. Okay, there we go. This is always evaluating to the same value, okay. So I'm thinking this is a normalized value, right? Because you have UV, which is a 0 to 1 value. We're dividing that by 1 divided by height, which is the size of a single pixel on the screen, or at least the height of a single pixel within UV space. Okay. Oh, you know what? I also may want to try doing... Okay, 1 second. Let's do this. This might help out with our calculation a little bit more. Okay, and that's how we get the black bars back in, and then we can just do like... Okay, cool, and then we start having that appearance happen. And I can actually make this be something independent to resolution, so I could theoretically choose to use a different value than height. So I can make this like 10, and that'll be like 10 CRTs, yeah, 10 scan lines. I could also make this to be so they're smaller. I can make this be 100 scan lines vertically. That actually works pretty well. That's actually not bad. I'm actually a bit fond of that. And then we can just do what? If I want to, we can like go super radical and just get rid of the pixel stuff altogether and just rely on the CRT for that effect. And then where's the we had the sign thing going on. Where's the sign for intensity? So instead of this, I can just use final again. So I can actually get the I'm not seeing the interval happen. Bro, don't you solve leak code problems? No, not really. You're earning from YouTube? I'm not working on YouTube. I don't do YouTube at all, like professionally or anything. I have a day job. I just do this for fun. With Art or Shader. Oh, what's going on? NifDev, I'm sorry I didn't read that. Seems you have know exactly how to achieve the effect. Which effect are we talking about? I don't know why this flickering is not happening. It's driving me a bit nuts that the flickering isn't happening. There it is. A little bit. We're kind of bound by like FPS though too, right? Okay, it's better. I had no idea how to reproduce a CRT effect. Oh yeah, no, like the up close look is pretty. It's actually pretty not too bad to produce it. The problem is like combining the far view distance with the close view distance and making it look decent there. Yeah, do I need to like make this like 50%? I might just do that. It's a color concept I'm missing. Well, I mean, the CRTs look different from far away than when you do look up close. That's kind of just the main thing that happens. So usually, like, if you're far away, you just kind of want to get rid of it entirely. If you're up close, then you want to be able to show the pixels individually and all that stuff. So when I've done it in the past, I usually get like the camera distance. Though you could probably also just use the depth mask or the depth, the Z buffer value, and also use that to interpolate between like the source color versus the CRT processed pixel color. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about like the readability of this too. So we're doing this to float. Which honestly, I'm gonna do this. With this afloat. And then I'll do like a blend of a few things. Times I.UV 0.5. Nope. Almost though. Really? What's going on here? I'm trying to get like the center of the screen to have the lines be not as pronounced, but it's not actually happening. Maybe because I have to do like okay, I think that's closer to what I was looking for, just not as, still kind of extreme. And it's not happening in the edges here. Yeah, I'm not happy with this, dude. If I'm gonna be honest with you, not too happy with this. With the curve for a while, I couldn't solve that and have this sort of dot in the middle. We're still up, yeah, we are up, Syndicate. Z-Buffer, I didn't know you were on a deferred rendering. No, not Z-Buffer. Well, you're just depth buffer. That's what I mean to refer to. But Z-Buffers aren't, I don't think they're not reserved only for deferred rendered engines. Unity's a forward rendered engine though. I just got back from karaoke, I went to buy myself McD's, so bad. Oh, you want to buy yourself some McDonald's. So I'm trying to be good. Oh my goodness, that's tragic. Are you being past your bedtime? I'm sorry, Hudai. I'm sorry. I just want to get this effect going, man. What can I say, dude? I just want to have some nice CRT effects for this game. I'm just struggling to get there, man. I can't get any good lines that look good. Like if I was doing like a screen space thing, it would be different. I can actually make it, force it to be really like aligned to the individual pixels of the screen and work out better. Like just have multiple of it, but at this, there's like weird lines that are not gonna be, they're not gonna be right. Or We're not gonna get world peace at this rate. It's not gonna be good. And you know what? I guess maybe to make it less distracting, instead of doing this, we can do like, I don't know. We can do final times 0.25 or something instead. And then maybe make this a little bit wider. You know what? This actually looks better. This actually looks good. Okay, so blending it actually, I think, did the trick. I think the trick here was blending. I'm good with this. And then if you want to, we can have, I think I want to have the flicker also be eye coordinate, eye UV dependent, so that the flicker is only happening like certain parts, probably like the center of the screen or something, or maybe the edges actually. So I can do something very simple for the amplitude, which is like multiply it by like i.uv.x. And now the edges, only the edges, or at least one edge is having that effect. It's noticeable. And then you know what I might want to do is that on top of having this little minor flicker that's happening, we can composite like a macro level flicker. Sine 0, 1 times like 2 or something. Can you go faster? Jeez, okay, that's like way too, that's way too big of an amplitude. Okay, I want you to do that within a smaller range. So let's do times 0.5 times this plus 0.5. Yeah, so it looks like it's breathing a little bit almost. Yeah, buddy. To change a texture to not blur its vis distance. What do you mean blur its vis distance? I also like how the UI is hanging out a little bit off the screen. This works good. I'm actually quite happy with this. We have to make this feel more like a website, but we'll get there, and we'll make our little faux operating system on this. Gets to short at angles. You might have to change the texture to not blur vis. Okay, what's going on here? I couldn't solve the rolling bar. Oh, you're talking about like the bar that rolls over? Yeah, that's a thing too. That's another idea too. Oh, dude, I'm like so happy. This actually feels... This feels proper. Even if we're not modeling the actual mechanisms of the pixels accurately anymore, this is still pretty dang rad. Alright, let me use the bathroom, guys. One second, let me use the bathroom. Have we only been live for an hour and a half? No, it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know what happened with vertical. It's showing I've only been on for an hour. I don't know why. Alright, let me use the bathroom real quick. 1 second, guys. One. Alright. It's time to make some Cozy OS, dude. I think we're gonna make the fake operating system for this game. Cozy OS. Also, it's like so bright here, you can't really see it well on the screen. I have to make it really dark so it pops up on the screen properly for you guys. But then it's like too dark for me to actually use. The camera exposure is a pain, dude. YouTube doesn't make it easy as it should. Yeah, tragically, dude. Tragically. But it's good to hear you had a good time with karaoke. Okay, let's make the Cozy OS, guys. It's time. Cozy OS time. I'm gonna take the Cozy Cabin Games logo and just make it like the desktop symbol or something. Whoops. New 640 by 480. I think that's where we're gonna work at, right? Or is that too large? That feels a little too large. I'm gonna simplify it down a little bit. It's bite size. So let's look at what our imaginary operating system is gonna look like here. Let me yoink the website assets because I don't actually know where my icon is. I have it somewhere. I don't know. Cozy Cabin Games. Cool. Copy image. Are you here? Yeah, we got it. Are you ready for Cozy OS? I am. Cozy OS time, dude. You been up to? Nothing. I just kind of took a little break this past week, or this past, because I usually stream on Monday, right? But I didn't for whatever reason. And yeah, I mean just work and stuff. Honestly, I haven't been doing too much interesting things. Mostly just I've been making some posts for Instagram. That's been like kind of popping off lately, surprisingly. So that's been fun, but outside of that, nothing much. Nothing too much to report here, at least for now. But yeah, just came back to this, and we're gonna make this game done. I also think I might do a game jam, and I think I might try recording not stream it, but actually just like record and document the experience to share with y'all. I think that'd be fun. You see what a game jam looks like. I haven't done one in years. New OS tech? No. So it's for the game. It's for the game. So we have this UI here, and I'm making a fake operating system so that it looks like you're using this in-universe operating system to browse the internet and do stuff. Yeah, we're not actually making a real operating system. That would be kind of insane. We're not gonna go there yet, but maybe one day we'll do that. I need some inspiration. How did Windows 95 do it? Give me the, okay, so it's simple. So actually we're kind of on the right track there a little bit. think I just need to shrink this down a little bit more. But yeah, outside of that, just playing games and stuff. I'm trying to make I'm getting better at like making a habit of that. Yeah, still debating if I'm going to play on this channel games or not. I really want to play Psychonauts, and I really want to share it. I already played like personally, but I don't know, I think it's just a great game. It'll be great to share with y'all, but I don't know. That doesn't feel like my cozy cabin. This feels like a counterfeit. Not my cozy cabin. Can I make this work? Anisotropic filter on the texture. Ah, okay. That's cute. Not as cute as using a flip phone as the pause menu, but still cute. Yeah, I can't wait to do that. That's gonna be super fun. That's gonna be super duper fun. I can't wait to do that. I think I'm just gonna use like a Comic Sans for this one. Yes, a distinguished. An OS for the distinguished man. The man of class, of taste, cozy OS. Or of course we're gonna stretch it out. How could we not? Okay, so far it's not feeling quite right. To be honest with you, not gonna lie. We're not quite there yet. But we will be. We will be. Just little things there. The thing is, like, I feel like this kind of thing would lend itself better for like a Fruitiger Arrow styled OS theme, but we're at 95. We're using like the 95 styling for stuff, which is way more flat. So you have to be careful about how we're going to be doing this. And right. Indicating that this is a button. Okay, I think I need to move the cabin logo a little bit for it to fit better. And then this, unfortunately, I think is in the wrong place because I think we're gonna make this part golden. Golden. Actually, maybe we'll just force it to work. I could manually pixel art this to fit. And then this would become like so, like so. Need a little bit more border space here. We can make that happen. Okay, cool. This would go all the way over here. And then the darker color, I'm gonna shift it down here. I'm not sure if I'm achieving what I'm trying to achieve here. We're aiming for something. Just don't know what. I'm not sure if we're achieving what we're trying to get here. Oh, brother. For not being on the stream for ages. It's all good, dude. Don't sweat it. Were you alive in 95? Maybe. I'll never tell. A gamer always keeps a secret. Okay, maybe 98. I'd rather. What about Windows 98? I mean, it's probably the same. With some, like, improvements. But not drastically better. Yeah. I feel like this might be a little too tacky, dude. I feel like I'm being a little too tacky here. Yeah. I'm not feeling alright with this. The orange is too loud, that's a problem. There's too much color and life in this. From Windows 95 vibes. It has to be more lifeless, more sad. Too much joys can be found here. Unacceptable. I don't know what your goal is. I don't know what my goal is either. I'm looking for a 90s looking OS style while still kind of having a distinctive feel, but I think maybe the route for self-expression for my OS theme is going to be reserved from when I do a Fruitiger Arrow 2000s feeling design. Let's just see. Let me just save this in tosbar.png. Okay. I'm gonna throw this into here now. Canvas. I don't know. Where is it? Where is the image? Create 2D object. Not UI, there we go. Yeah, raw image. Okay, cool. So you have the OS bar. And now we can do, what was the resolution? It's 320 by 240. 240. Okay, scale it up a little bit. Okay, how does that look? How is that looking? For our little fictional OS. Been cut off a little bit too. That's a little rough. We can fix that a little bit. It's a little smidgen. You can barely even see it. So maybe I can bring the color back a little bit. Let me go back to the website. Copy image. New. Paste. I need some of these colors, yeah. So maybe if I bring this back. Okay, that's actually not bad. I actually might be fine with that. You can tab between inputs. For like to have like the behavior you have normally with why is the buttons not working? Oh, because it's blocking it, isn't it? Yeah, you're blocked because you're a raycast target. No, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah. Okay. The shader's a little bit off too. I need to fix some stuff there. Input boxes for, say, XYZ scale. Oh, you're talking about like for inputting that? Yeah. Like the components here. Yeah, that's good to know. I don't know why I never considered doing that. That's good. That's good information to have. Yeah, this is being odd. Okay. Okay, but this is fine. I'm gonna make the config. I need to make this be a little bit more tightly spaced for the vertical layout group. It's like way too small right now. I also may scale this down a little bit too. Or no, it's at 0.8 maybe. Harder to read, but let's see. Not sold. I think I have to make these radio buttons bigger to make it, or up the resolution so that things become more legible. Because right now it's being sampled down to like a kind of ridiculous degree. I think this might help. I made it 800 instead. Yeah, okay. This is looking good though. I'm pretty happy with this so far. We still need to make it more feel like a actual site, but we're getting there little by little. Little by little, we're getting there, and that's the important thing. Let me try adding like a header bar. Like let me see. And then, of course, you gotta have more of these blocky tabs and stuff like that. Actually, you got to have like the search bar icon here, right? To really get the feeling across. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Now this is starting to feel right. I might want to make this a little bit smaller though. It's kind of taking up a bit of real estate. We can shrink this down a little bit more. I need to make some fictional website. Or maybe make my own protocols that so it doesn't like make my own fictional protocol. And then like a fake tabbing thing. Dude, it's actually kind of fun. I may be enjoying like making this, dude. Who'd have thought? I need to make the UI to be behind everything though. And as this gets bigger, it takes up more real estate. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what I was thinking. Phone circuit, like Gopher instead of HTTP. We're gonna have like a cozy transfer protocol, CTP or something. Cozy transport layer protocol. Engine nav dot page. Yep, it's official. We have our own. This is so cool, dude. I need to like organize stuff to be a little bit better, but the idea is there, man. It's like so freaking good, dude. This is so freaking good. And quad needs to be behind everything else. You have to be behind like everything, so it doesn't obscure stuff. It needs to be visible. And what else do I need to do? There's something I had in mind. I kind of messed it up right now with the think everything kind of fits there. Okay, so we got that going. Got our fake that going on. I want to make the radial dots a little bit bigger. They're too small right now. The radials. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, we're gonna make you like, I don't know, 64. It's gonna be a chunky UI. Cozy TP, yep. Cozy TCP. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking with gas, dude. Now we're cooking. I need to organize this better now, but this is feeling more and more like an actual like Y2K type thing. This is splendid, dude. This is splendid, man. I'm so happy. You have to have the, so we're gonna put the name over here. I'm gonna put the description over here. The image, yeah, we'll move it right here. I should put like a white box behind it, like a background or something. That'd be pretty nice, actually. Good thing I have a T white. I'm gonna move you underneath here. And then you're just gonna expand to the size of your container. Nope. Never mind. You're not gonna do that. And then your actions are going to be like, yeah, your purchase button is going to be up here. And both of you are going to have smaller or larger. You're going to do larger. So your text is also like apparent. There you go. Nice. I think both of you, I'm gonna make you like be 128 wide. That feels right. Yeah, dude. Yeah, man, this is perfection. Perfection. Okay, probably not. We had to fix some stuff, but I'm thinking it's gonna be fine. Some guy had a dongle that promised to fix your Y2K bugs that he wanted me to make a website for it. I stalled him when he wouldn't let me open it. Clock for it, I told you. Wait, what's going on? Dude, does this not look... Dude. Straight up, man. Straight up. This looks so good now, man. I don't have enough money to upgrade. I need to fix that. Also, for the config, the header, this text needs to be wider. I don't know why it's like overflowing. It shouldn't do that. To scam a lot of people with a dongle that held its time and computed the time. What? That's wild. I mean, I don't trust anyone with dongles. You can't trust people like that. They're after something. Dude, okay guys. I mean, tell me, do you not feel like you're on the old web right now? Even just a little bit, just a little bit. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit more sharper though. Feels a little too fuzzy. Now it feels a little too unfuzzy. Okay, that's like the right amount of fuzz, I think. Legible, but still not like a perfect sample. Good is a relative term, but you're getting the aesthetic you desire. Oh my goodness. You don't know where we started at, okay? It was rough. It was rough. Well, what would take it to the next level for you, Syndicate? What would be the thing that makes you go, yup, this reminds you of back in the day? Get the plus signs working. Okay, cool. It's amazing because the Unity buttons, like, honestly feel at home in this. I need to put a CRT up here too. So we're gonna make the assets for that too, probably next stream. I'm so happy, dude. Row browser buttons above Euro. That'd be hilarious. That'd be honestly super. That's it. All the plugins and stuff like that. Neopets and whatnot. Dude. Let me fix something though. These buttons are not right. So there's highlighted sprite, selected sprite. What is the selected state? It should be T button. What? Where is released? Did I name them the same thing? What? Okay, selected should be T button normal. I don't know what this... There's like two normals. I don't know what the difference is. Okay, see if this works. You don't know how old I am? Big fat row browser buttons upon Euro. Okay. I'm just saying. What would it bring back the old school memories? What would make you feel like you're super old? Physical mechanical gears. In my day, we were burned at the cross. No. Okay. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Okay. That's working. Now for these button boys. Selected should be just paste. Normal. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll add punch cards to this. We'll scrap the whole thing. The player to upgrade stuff would have to like punch out a program. Dude, we're gonna add some sound effects. I'm gonna record the actual mouse presses. Dude, it is so we're so good. I'm excited. I'm seeing the scrolling effect on my CRT, and I thought, oh, dude, did I code that in? I'm so good. And I forgot. Oh wait, I'm using an actual CRT. I'm using an actual CRT, so it's not, that's not me. That's just the peripherals. Okay, whatever. Okay, so we have this going on. I need to make the buddy system. I have to actually do some art for buddies, but we'll do that another day. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be calling stream here. Thank you all for watching. Hope you guys had a good one. And as always, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy.